You don't play point and click games with a controller. You're gonna burn in hell, keyboard and mouse. Yep, let's burn in hell. Oh, options. No, we want new game.
I realized the moment I fell into the fissure that the book would not be destroyed as I had planned. It continued falling into that starry expanse of which I had only a fleeting glimpse. I've tried to speculate where it might have landed. I must admit, however, such conjecture is futile. Still, questions about whose hands might one day hold my Myst book are unsettling to me. I know my apprehensions might never be allayed, and so I close, realizing that perhaps the ending has not yet been written.
It is the future, 1993. To be fair, that'll probably only be like in the top 5 for reasons, right? What are those reasons? I want to know those reasons. I want to know those reasons. The point and click adventure to begin all point. This is the first point and click adventure game ever created. If you guys didn't know that. There's never been a point and click adventure game before this. It's crazy, right? Speed run time, dude. I speed ran the 2021 one. $67 dudes. Wow. Oh, you're full of shit. Nice. Oh, we had to try, right? What about 47? Oh, 69 actually was one? Music. I'm gonna be honest. The 2021 game looks so much better than this. Serial, it's unfair to compare 2021 to 1993. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. You can't go around. Oh, go eat a ham sandwich. This looks fine. This game, right? I have played through Myst before. I played through the original on my Sega Saturn. I don't know, back in like the 90s at some point. Whenever that came out on the Saturn is when I played through it. And then just about, I guess it was 2 weeks ago, we replayed through the 2021 remake of it. But I haven't played through like this version of this since like the 90s. We're in for a treat. I'm the only person that plays point and click adventures. What other point and click? I did play Grim Fandango. Oh, you know, I was gonna say, what other point and click shit have I played? Yeah, I played Grim Fandango. That's like the only other one that I've played, though. You know, I haven't really played a lot of point-and-click adventure games. Grim Fandango is a good one. I don't think it's as wonderful as everyone says it is, but it was a lot of fun. I think the LucasArts games, I think people like to drool over those, maybe a little bit too much. The fan base is a little too intense. But I'm not going to say that they're bad games by no means. I like them. I like them. I've played through all of the early LucasArts games. The only one I had never played through was Grim Fandango. So we played through the remaster/remake of it, because it's a little bit of both. Because you can actually play through the original on that. That was the only one I had never beat. I've beat everything else. I've beat all the you know what? That's a lie. I haven't beat the Telltale Monkey Island ones, but I've beat every other one of the Monkey Island games. All of them. I liked all of them. I liked all the Monkey Island stuff. I've done Maniac Mansion. I've done Day of the Tentacle. I've done Full Throttle. I've done Sam and Max. I'm sure there's something else I'm forgetting. Oh, Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis. That's a really good one. Fate of Atlantis is a lot of fun. Maybe I haven't done all of the... I don't think I've ever done Zack McCracken. I don't know if that's theirs. But I've gone through a ton of those, an absolute ton of those. So maybe there's like one or two of those, but yeah, Grim Fandango, the only reason why I wanted to play through it is because I had never beat that before. Maybe at some point we'll go through and do some other point and click ones. The LucasArts stuff is really good. It's a lot of fun. Maybe at some point in the future. Maybe at some point. They're really good. They also they recently, I guess it was like 10 years ago, they did remasters/remakes of the first two Monkey Island games as well. So maybe it's worth going back and revisiting those. I think I have them on my 360. I also may own them on PC as well. I think they were also released on Steam, right? I'm almost positive I have them on my 360. I'm not sure if I have them on Steam. I probably do. Or on Good Old Games, one or the other. Catherine, I've left you. I'm sorry, honey. I want a divorce. You want? It's a no. You don't break up over notes or text messages. That's fucked up. I've left for you a message of utmost importance inside our 4-chamber beside the dock. Enter the number of marker switches on this island into the imager to retrieve the message. Okay. I think we can do that. I think we can handle that. There were 2 behind us, right? So that's 3. Hold on. I wanna count. Don't ruin my counting. I think I remember where relatively all of them are. You know, 1993, I bet you this looked really good. I bet you this looked really, really good in 93. I bet you people were like, hot damn, that's some gorgeousness right there. I lost count. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 5. 6. That one's 7. And then we can't. I don't remember what the time thing was. And this is 8, right? I know the secret to the ending of this. We're not going to do that, though. We could go right to the ending right now. I know how to do it, but we won't do that. We'll play the game as it was intended. Or we won't. We'll be cheaters. All right. So there were 8. Let's go in here. You were 4 years old in 1993. I was like 30. Everything that moved on a screen probably looked fantastic. I still think just about everything that moves on a screen looks fantastic, right? But I'm really simple. So it was 8. Was I really 30? Yeah. Totally. Absolutely.
Catherine, my love, I have to leave quickly. Something terrible has happened. It's hard for me to believe. Most of my books have been destroyed. Catherine, it's one of our sons. I suspect Achenar, but I shouldn't leap to conclusions. I'll find him and Cirrus as well. Oh, I should have known better than to have left my library unchecked for so long. Well, I've removed the remaining undamaged books from the library and placed them in their places of protection. You shouldn't have to use the books until I return. But if you've forgotten the access keys, remember the tower rotation. Oh, and don't worry, Catherine. Everything will be fine. I'll see you shortly. Oh, wait, and erase this message after you viewed it, just to be safe.
George Lucas talks like he has to take a shit. that guy's like, yeah, man, when I get back out of this, I am going to take the biggest dumper ever. Look pretty good for my age? Thanks. That was George Lucas, you know it. Who else would have that been? Who else could that be, right? Meow. $78 now? I think we're 79. I think we're 79. And yes, when I say we, I mean we. In the royal sense. Insertion.
Bring me a red. I can't see it. You red, you must. Make a bring. I am serious. Even up. There is one thing I want. Rescue.
I don't know what the fuck you said. I heard nothing other than noise. That's what I heard. No, the brothers are lovely. What do you mean? They mean well. They just want to be loved and hugged.
Serious?
For themselves. No, they're cutie pies.
Bring blue pages.
String beans and blue pages, got it. If I were trapped in a book, I'd want string beans.
I must have the blue page.
Blue pages. Give them to me. I must fondle them. There were like a bunch of books and stuff we could read here, right? I have called this age Channelwood, and it is a very different world. Though it is exactly how I imagined it, it is still amazing to see it with my own eyes. Water covers this age as far as I can see, except for a small rocky island. Elsewhere, there are only trees, which grow directly out of the water. A myriad of thin wooden passageways are built just above the water and disappear into the forest. I assume they were built some time ago, for they appear aged. I am eager to discover more about this land and its people, but I have arrived here late, and I must rest. I was awakened this morning by strange noises coming from a pathway adjacent to the one on which I had slept. I saw a group of monkey-like people heading in my direction. They had not seen me yet. I did not feel threatened by their presence. Their response to me was one that I would have never expected. After staring at me for a short time, they fell to their knees and began what appeared to be some sort of ceremonial worship. I tried to speak to them, but they did not understand my language. Instead, they indicated through enthusiastic hand motions that I was to follow them. As we walked, I began to notice that the waters below us were changing colors, slowly, subtly. They would change from deep blue to muddy orange, then from muddy orange to beautifully clear. I was so intrigued by the water, I hardly noticed that we had arrived at a ladder. Climbing the ladder led us to their village, which is about 10 meters above the water, and can only be reached by rope. Ladders that stretch from the lower paths to the village level approximately halfway up. The grand trees. It is very interesting watching these people carry out their daily tasks. Even after watching them for hours, I did not understand exactly what they were doing. At sunset, they motioned for me to follow them. I followed the creatures to the doorway of an enormous hut. Strangely, once inside, I found that the hut appeared even larger than it had from the outside. The walls were garnished with bright metals, and in the center of the hut sat the leader of these people. At least he appeared to be their leader, for he sat a meter off the floor in a thick throne. Guards surrounded the strong creature, who was dressed in many exotic, colorful fabrics. Next to the leader sat a very old man. It's me, aged. At least to some extent he appears human. His hair, which was only on his face and head, there's me, was completely gray. Almost me. And head was completely gray. Almost white, and hung very long around his frail body. His thin head hung limply by an almost grotesque neck that could not hold up its head to look at me. I mean, it sounds like just like me. But what a surprise! This creature could speak my language. Shortly thereafter, I was given a bed with some hand motions that looked to be telling me to go to sleep. I look forward to learning more. As I suspected, the ancient creature is a human, but he's old beyond his own reckoning and seems almost insane. However, the tree dwellers almost revere him as a god. They are treating me now in the same fashion, which makes me feel very uncomfortable. It is almost impossible to understand this old man. His voice is feeble but wild. He's adopted much of the language of the tree dwellers. He himself told me he had not spoken our tongue in ages. He attempted to explain to me the history of this place. The following is my best translation of what he has told me. Many years ago, the humans and tree dwellers lived together in this place, which was then a vast island. They interacted very little. The humans dwelt on the ground, and the tree dwellers lived high above the humans. Occasionally, the island was disturbed by mysterious rumblings which happened randomly, some sort of tectonic or volcanic action, I suspect. The sometimes slight, sometimes heavy tremors would only last a short time. Then they would stop, allowing everything to return to normal. One day, things changed. The rumbling began and grew quickly to unprecedented levels. Soon it became apparent that the entire island was sinking slowly into the ocean around. Many of the humans died that day, but not before sacrificing themselves in order to stop the sinking of the island. The humans who lived through this catastrophe moved into the trees, where they gradually died out. Maybe because they were unequipped for such an environment, but I'm not sure. Yes, because humans, it's impossible for humans to live in trees because, without ground and cars and automobiles and TVs, what would we do? This is the story the old man communicated to me, although many details are very unclear in my mind. I am especially confused as to how the humans saved the island from completely sinking. In fact, I doubt the accuracy of that part of the story. The island must have stopped on its own, yet the old man believes in the truth of the story as if he had been there. And the tree dwellers worship him, and apparently all humans as if they were heroes or gods. The old man ended our conversation today with an event which I will never forget. He began gripping my hands tightly, murmuring something about rest in asleep. He then said, "We had expected you to come sooner." These actions filled me with a sort of immediate dread. With much effort, he stood to his feet. I tried to help, but he pushed me away with more force than I imagined his frail body contained. The tree dwellers quietly surrounded him with very solemn faces. They then kneeled before him. He walked to each and placed his hand on their heads. All the while he murmured words which I did not understand. Finally, he turned to me, smiled. Then he closed his eyes and walked out the door and off of the narrow path high in the trees. The tree dwellers were silent. They began a procession down the nearest rope ladder. As I was descending, I saw several of them pick up the body. He had fallen onto a lower level of walkway and carry it away. He was laying down at the dead end of a short pier-like structure. With the use of some potion, one of the tree creatures lit the pier on fire, and I watched as the flames engulfed him. As this strange funeral proceeded, the waters around the pier changed to dull green. This morning I awoke, finding it hard to even believe the previous evening's events. The water's a dull green for as far as I can see now. For some reason, water no longer shifts color. As I wander throughout the pathways, the creatures watch me, curious to see what I will do next. They're constantly offering me strange objects of affection. I even found food outside the doorway to the room in which I had slept. This is a unique race of beings. I hope to learn their language soon, that I may learn more from them. I have lived on this world for 3 months off and on, and the tree dwellers have shown great hospitality. I'm even beginning to learn bits of their language. I have decided to return home for an extended stay with my loving wife and my sons, and hopefully return with them. However, I am sure Catherine will once again refuse. I think this age would be a wonderful experience for them all, and I at least look forward to how Sirius and Achenar will react to its curious inhabitants. Catherine is staying behind as expected. My sons have returned with me, and they enjoy this age very much. They get along very well with the tree dwellers and are picking up their language surprisingly fast. I have no doubt that it will not be long until they can speak with the tree dwellers much better than myself. I am leaving tomorrow to check on Osmion age. Cirrus has suggested that I allow him and his brother to stay. Though the idea unsettles me, I know the boys are growing up rapidly. The hospitality of these creatures is such that I could think of no better place to leave them alone for a short while, so I will consent to their request. I warned the boys not to take advantage of the respect the tree dwellers have for their ideas. They seem to understand my warning, and I have faith they will follow it. Much to my dismay, upon arriving in Everdunes, I learned that Prawn and her people are continuing to be menaced by the cryptic. I fear for their survival and plan on returning to her shortly after checking on Sirius and Achenar here. See Everdune's journal for more information. After watching Sirius and Achenar, I see they are handling things very well, and I think I can put to rest any fears about leaving them in Channelwood again, and for a little longer time. The tree dwellers seem slightly distressed that I'm leaving, but are happy that Sirius and Achenar are staying behind again. I have been gone for over 3 days and have been to many different places. I had to tell Sirius and Achenar about Pran's death today, and they were visibly shaken, although they only remembered her from their childhood. Catherine has suggested that it would be wise for Sirius and Achenar to leave Channelwood for a while, and I have to agree. They will be returning with me when I leave again. I have told my sons that they will be returning with me in 2 days. They spent the entire night telling me of an adventure they experienced in my absence, and it was rather remarkable. It seems they constructed a boat with the creatures and traveled some ways out into the surrounding waters. I enjoy hearing them talk excitedly of their adventures, and am reminded of my own adventures as a child. Boy, it, like them changing like the color of the inks makes this ever so much harder to read. I finally understand why the tree dwellers have been giving me their inks and insisting I write with them. Looking through some of my past entries, I see that the inks have changed from the black I thought they were to various different colors. I have shown some of the creatures my journal, and they laughed and howled. I did not know they had such a sense of humor. Even now, as I look through this very colorful journal, I cannot help but laugh myself. No, no, nay will be what? He, oh my god, he will be returning tomorrow. Oh my god. Whatever, man, it's a fucking W. It could be any letter. We will be returning tomorrow. So my sons are with the creatures for the last night here. They have told me they would like to come to Channelwood again, and also asked if they can visit some other ages alone. Though I will have to think over their request, I believe they have proven to me that they are trustworthy and responsible. Catherine will also have to help me decide whether they are ready for travel alone. For now, I must give my farewells to the creatures, for I do not know how long it will be until I visit this age again. Future Bridge. All right, I think that's the end of the book here. All right, we get this one. Emmett was the first to live on the rocks. He named them the rocks because that is what they were, a group of sharp rocks clustered together in the middle of a large area, large sea. This was where Emmett lived. He enjoyed his life. Emmett would occasionally swim to nearby rocks as it was never too far of a distance. One day, another person appeared on the rocks for no apparent reason to Emmett. Emmett named this new person Branch. Emmett and Branch quickly became friends, swimming and hunting for fish together often. Emmett showed Branch the simple cave in which he lived on the largest rock. Soon, Branch discovered a place where he decided to live, also on the same large rock. The sun always shone brightly in their world, and the water was always dazzlingly clear, allowing them to see almost to the deep ocean floor which surrounded them. Though the sun always shone, it was never too hot for the boys. A light breeze always came from the north and cooled the area down. One day, while Branch was swimming and having fun in the water, he noticed another boy swimming. Branch brought the new boy to Emmett to find out what to call the new boy. Emmett said the boy should be called Will. Will was soon a part of the group, and all three of the boys swam and enjoyed their perfect world. At least that is the story I was told when I arrived today on the island. Emmett, Branch, and Will were surprised to see me at first, but even before the night ended, we were all becoming good friends. Today, the second day on this newly created age, a strange thing happened. It was not strange to me, but the three boys did not understand what was happening. While I was relaxing under a large tree on one of the smaller rock islands, it began to rain. It was a nice rain that lasted for about an hour in the morning. I explained to the boys that the rain was not harmful, yet they obviously still feared it. Before going to sleep tonight, I told the boys I would leave the following day. I told them that while I was gone, I would make a surprising change in their world. They didn't understand, not that I expected them to. I still do not fully understand what happened today. I was experimenting with the art, testing the limits of the rules as dictated to me by Father. I attempted to create a boat by writing it into the world. I thought everything was planned correctly, yet somehow the boat had become gripped by the rock and broken in half. Although this test did not turn out as I had hoped, I now have answers to a few of the questions my father never answered. As for the boat, I can see the boys enjoy it anyway, and with that I am pleased. They have played on it all day. Even though the boat cannot move, I have enjoyed studying from it. It is a much sturdier platform than the jagged rocks. In the course of my observations, I have learned some very interesting things regarding the solar system of this age. The nights are absolutely beautiful here. I have made note of and named a number of constellations that pass above me. Also, during the night, I catch glimmers of light from the horizon, which I have not been able to discover if it is created by some natural phenomenon or by additional people on far-off islands or rocks. I should very much like to discover which. I rather suspect it is additional people, which would explain the appearance of Branch and Will. The rain today was slightly heavier than usual. Just when the boys were getting used to the light rains, a small storm arrived. They were frightened of the heavier rain, not to mention the thunder and lightning. If rain has never fallen here until recently, as the boys tell me, I would like to discover why it is falling now. Regardless, I have decided to return home for a short while. I've also been thinking of some plans for a lighthouse that I hope to construct soon. I think that perhaps by shining a bright light toward the horizon, it might prove my suspicions regarding additional inhabitants. They would be curious about the light and travel to discover its source, if they have the means. I returned with many tools that I will need for construction of the lighthouse. I have decided that once the lighthouse is completed, I will leave for some time and let the world's own imagination have control. Couldn't he just write the lighthouse into the age? Why does he have to create it? We have worked 3 weeks on the lighthouse now and are making great progress. The rock that we're building on seems to not be as secure as I would like. I have had to alter my plans slightly, but those alterations pose no real problem. The boys are quite strong and have been helping me immensely. I estimate construction will be done within 2 days. That's really fast to build a lighthouse, yeah? The lighthouse is finished, and we are all proud of our creation. The boys are amazed at the structure wrought from rock with their own hands. That evening, we powered up the generator, much to the boys' dread at first, and shined a great light to the horizon for many hours. I stayed the night in the top of the lighthouse, and in the morning awoke to observe the sunrise without my being coated with the chilly blanket of ocean dew I had become accustomed to. It was Will who first saw the girl. She was swimming not far from the boat, where Will was getting ready to hunt for fish. Then Will noticed a man not far away from the girl. Emmett was very pleased to meet the additional neighbors. I feel pleased to leave this age. I have set in motion events that have nothing to do with writing or the art that will have a more profound impact on this world than I could have ever written. Nice. There we go. There's the island, there's the ship. And the ship, I think of it this age as a gift to myself that I will wrap up and open someday in the future, only to discover that it has changed so much that indeed it is a surprise. Besides, I have yet another new age that awaits me. It seems I'm going to need some way to travel underwater in this new age, and so much planning is in order. It has been 10 years since I left this age, which I have since called the Stone Ship Age. Upon returning, I cannot believe the changes that have taken place. The original 3 boys have grown into adults, and there are many new faces that I do not recognize. Branch told me that it has not rained for 7 years, and the cool breezes are back again. They are all very content and have been serving me with new foods and showing me new materials they have discovered. It even seems they have found gold somewhere. I see it in many forms around the island. My lighthouse has been kept in perfect condition, and it looks as if they have tried their very best to keep it so. Yet I have noted that the entire rock it was built on has sunk approximately 40 or 50 centimeters. After a wonderful visit with my old friends, I wonder aloud with them what things will be like here in another 10 years. All right, and now we're going to get like a bunch of pages of constellations, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to need to take pictures of these. So we'll just break out the old phone device. We will get these constellations. I actually don't remember how we figure this stuff out, so I mean, that's a good thing. We'll have some surprises. I think I know most of the stuff, but I still think that there are some things that I don't quite remember. But that's good. That's good, though, because, you know, it's fun to rediscover things. Alright, I think this is the last age we have to read. Well, we don't have to read it, but there's information that's always nice to have. And we get a little, you know, world lore. It has been a while since I have heard only silence, and I enjoy it greatly. I think for some reason I do not feel altogether welcome in this new world in which I have arrived. But how could I be unwelcome in an age with no inhabitants? It is, of course, only in my head. This world is very beautiful, but I think I have yet to ever write in a journal that an age I have linked to is horrid or disgusting. From the grassy hill where I'm standing, I can see green fields below, along with a few scattered forests. A rather large lake looms some distance from where I'm standing, yet the water's blue can be seen plainly from here. The air is fresh, and the sky is sparkled with white cloud. It is absolutely breathtaking, and yet that strange feeling again. Perhaps it is the hot breeze that continues to blow from the north, hotter than I would have imagined. It almost singes my skin, and I feel quite uncomfortable when it comes. I will try to ignore it. Night has almost arrived, and the sunset is spectacular. Oranges and reds have settled above the western horizon. Though night has come, the horizon still glows red long past the sunset. Dark reds flow from the horizon and blend into the black sky. Again, the feeling, and I'm beginning to believe it is not all in my mind. I must sleep now. I will need my strength to explore more tomorrow. I have had to return home due to an unpredictable natural occurrence, more frightening than I ever experienced. I was awakened by terrible shakings in the ground and explosions on all sides of me. Gigantic balls of fire were falling from the sky, and I immediately left in fear of my life. I must remember to bring a Myst linking book with me when I return in case the one left there has been destroyed or damaged. I have returned to a different world than the one I left only 3 months ago. It has been transformed into a barren desert land with only gigantic craters scattered across the land to provide variety. Strangely enough, the small grassy hill where I spent my first night remains exactly the way I found it. Apparently, the falling meteors did not hit this area, leaving an oasis in the midst of the horrible desolation. The hot wind, I remember, has turned into a rather pleasant breeze, which is at least one improvement. I fear it is the only improvement. The magnificent lake I saw on my first visit is now completely dried up. However, another lake now exists and appears to be quite a bit larger. I assume one of the falling meteors created this lake due to its circular shape and the jutting rock that grows out of the center of the lake. The rest of this world seems like desert, although I will verify that statement with closer inspection. Though this world has little visual excitement to offer, it offers much to the ears. Sounds constantly flow through my ears, and I have found where a few of them originate. It seems, as Catherine says, I do find beauty in everything. Last night I was awakened by a horrible hissing. I was sweating, and the heat was so intense that I immediately dipped my head in a nearby stream to cool it down. The hot breezes had returned, along with a low roar from the ground. I walked a short distance to observe some red flames shooting up from the earth. Suddenly, the ground began to crack and a huge chasm opened. The chasm continued to grow until it was far too wide to cross. Then the tumult subsided, leaving only a dull roar. I have decided, however, I can use the chasm to my advantage. Perhaps the heat from the chasm can be harnessed. Even as the chasm has ripped into the surface of this world, it has opened up a whole new world to explore. Although uncomfortably hot, I found it possible to reach a cave in the chasm that had been created, and have now explored deep into the crust of this planet. I have found a vast underground cave system that will take many years to map and explore. I will also look for a safer way to reach the underground than through the chasm wall. This age seems to change on its own, so I feel I should leave again and see if things are different when I return. It's also important that I check on Cirrus and Akinar and make sure everything is going along well. When I return, I also hope to bring back some tools I will need for my plans to explore the underground. The abundance of raw materials here is beginning to amaze me. I have returned with some of the complex tools I knew I would be needing. I assumed I would have to return for more basic materials. However, it seems as though I will be able to find everything I need here. Of course, iron is abundant, but I've also found titanium occurring naturally. I am all the more excited to begin work. Everything is set, and I look forward to tomorrow. My raw materials are all here. I think I will be able to have most of my additions to this age completed within 1 year. I so love working with my hands, whether writing or building. I can't read any of that. Well, and I have decided, 3 meters is not enough support for... Gotcha. Amazingly strong. To be one of my most prized inventions, I am Would never have imagined it come to, I doubt, could possibly work with 14 instead of completely fatigued. I am so happy to have completed tomorrow. I am leaving today in order to bring back Sirius and Akinar. I have left them alone in Channelwood. I believe they will enjoy all there is to see here. The age seems to have stabilized. I believe the meteors set off a period of volcanic activity by piercing into the shallow crust, but the tremors have become few. I have just noticed that a large amount of this journal has curiously vanished from the very pages on which I wrote over the last 18 months. Fortunately, I have copied many of my construction notes in another journal. I do not understand the many mysteries of this world, but I trust I will discover logical answers to my questions. I have a feeling that many of my questions can be answered in another age to which I hope to travel soon. But for now, I must simply accept this world's mysteries and take pride in my accomplishments. Obviously, we need this as well. So, picturey-doo-dah. That will tell me the order in which we hit the piano keys. Very exciting, right? I think that's a map of the age, and I think that's it for that one. Oh my god. What a lovely book. Yep, they're all tatters. Ah, man, this is the number book. I mean, we probably shouldn't, but at the same time, we totally should. No one tell anybody what the secret password to the code is. Nobody. Nobody. You all have no idea. No idea. It's a mystery. I actually don't know if this is going to be right for this one or not. It might be different. I doubt it. But maybe. Oh, we got another one? Before arriving in this age, I was determined that it would be a journey to a world very different from my previous adventures, and it was. The sky here is dark and gray and incessantly displays flashes of lightning in the distance. I met a very old man with a long beard and hair that hangs to his waist. He's very feeble and has trouble even moving. This man has obviously been through very many things in this strange world, and I have learned many things from him. He has told me an interesting story of this world's history. Years ago, he told me there was a beautiful city that rose up out of the water. It housed many people inside its walls, and the people had everything they wished for. The city was surrounded by 3 high hills, which rose higher than the city. On the east hill of the city rested a large lookout post. The people of the city had constructed the post expecting visitors to arrive from the east. The people had no means of traveling on the water, which forced them to merely wait for a friend or foe. As time passed, friendly visitors brought rumors of an enemy that existed beyond the horizon. The people grew fearful, yet nothing happened. One day, the usually sunny sky became as dark as night, and black ships appeared on the horizon. The lookout post's attempts at peace were turned away, and the sentries were easily overwhelmed. The ships continued to wreak havoc on the city, apparently destroying everyone and everything. After the foundations of the city were destroyed, the city sunk deep into the ocean, and only the lookout post remained. The black ship sailed away. The man continued to say that 8 people had hidden and managed to survive through the attack. In the 9 years since the attack, 2 of the survivors had died. He also said that it was rumored that 10 years from the attack the enemy would return to finish the destruction they had started so long ago. I have decided, since hearing the man's story, it would be admirable to save the civilization and stop the enemy's plans of destruction. I am excited about the adventure that awaits me, and an idea has sparked in my mind to provide the needed defense for these people. I met the remaining survivors today, and I have begun work on a plan for protection. After a short absence, I have returned to this age with my 2 sons. They have, as of yet, traveled rarely with me, and they are understandably excited to be here. They have grown considerably since Everdunes, and it is already obvious to me that they will be a great help this time, instead of the nuisance they have been in the past. All three of us, along with four of the healthier survivors, began construction today. We are building upon the old city's ruins, which will provide a perfect foundation for our fortress. My sons have been spending much of their spare time on the South Island, where most of my materials are stored. I am very pleased with their intelligence, and their creativity is refreshing to see as they work on some small projects of their own. It has been over 4 months now, and construction is going well. My sons love the world except for its gray sky. They detest the gray sky and tell me many times they wish the sky here were like the blue sky in Myst. The old man I first talked to tells me that the enemy is due in 4 months. I feel we will be ready when the time comes. The man reminds me of Emmett in many ways, and I often wonder how Emmett and his people are doing. It has been 6 months of work, and we have finally finished the fortress. It rests between the three hills, which are now only islands due to a rising water level that the people experienced after the attack. Inside the fortress, I have designed a most intriguing device. It makes use of a technology called holography I began experimenting with on my visits to Aspermere. It will be working in a couple of days after I compensate for some small miscalculations. This holographic device will enable the survivors to learn to use the fortress. The enemy is due to come soon, and I trust the fortress will provide sufficient protection for all of us. The black ships have come. Their attack was substantial. Their weapons have been stopped, and it appears they have turned away in defeat. I could not help but smile as I watched the boats leave, insignia of the black ship. Last night, we had a small celebration, and the old survivors danced their dances of old. My sons did not understand why the sky had not turned back to its original blue. The old man told them that the storms would never end until the enemy was destroyed. I assured my sons that a blue sky was not worth the risk of death, and they seemed to hear me. I have had a healthy adventure and have begun work on a new book. Once again, I must leave a familiar age in search of a new universe. I have begun. But first, I will have an extended time with Catherine, whom I miss very much. I must also return to the people of the tide. I believe in my travels I have found a substance that will ease the pain of their bone ailments that they have long endured. I hope to return to mechanical age one day and find the population growing and my fortress still strong. Though the sky may always be black, I am confident the people here feel a heavier darkness has been lifted from their shoulders. I think that might be like the last book that has anything of value in it. Yeah, it's impossible to tell, but I think that's it. I think we've found everything. We don't need to click through all that. Okay. So there we go. That is all the information we're going to get. We need to open up the passage here, so that we can figure out the hints that we need to open this place up. Plateau. Gotta love 4-hour rides, right? Alright, so there's a book there. That's a key. Aha! 240, 221. So that's information that we need. There's our clue, I guess. 240. Photo 221. Very nice. Very, very nice. This one, I guess we didn't need to get that close. Jesus. This one is for like all the constellations, I believe. We should be able to like actually see. Oh, it's for the big wheel thing. 240. Oh, no, this is the clock. That's the clock. Alright, well, we're gonna get all the hints here before we go wandering around. There's, I think... Yeah, that makes sense that this is the big cog thing. Because that's what we pointed it to look at. I think there's 4 things that it can lock onto. So we'll finish looking at this. Can I... Alright. Alright, there is one. Oh, stairs. Alright, yeah, I think there's four different things that we can get here. Alright. Upsy daisies, right? Alright, so this is the ship one. So this one's gonna have something to do with the oh my goodness. Have something to do with the constellations, I think. Yeah. This one has something to do with the constellations. We'll just do one at a time. We don't need to do all of them at once. This will tell us what constellations that we need to input so that we can get into, is it called Stone Ship? Because, you know, it's rocks and stone and ship. I don't remember what the name of the age is. We'll just call it Stone Ship because, you know, we can. No need to watch a 5-minute cutscene of riding up an elevator. Alright, the next one. Whee! This isn't too bad. At least I have, like, a semblance of an idea of what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm not entirely sure. That's a tree. What? wait, what? Seven, 2, 4. Okay, I don't remember. No, I'm not sure I remember this one. Uh-oh. Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Everything is always always fine. Everything is always fine. We got it. Oh my god. Alright, so just one more clue we need. And that one's the ship. What a lovely noise. Want to hear the most annoying sound in the world? That's that. It's Dumb and Dumber. Oh, what direction are we going in? Here? It's Dumb and Dumber. That sound is the sound of Dumb and Dumber. Alright, rocket ship. We knew that. I don't think I need to go up these stairs to confirm anything, but it's fun. It's fun to climb the ladder. 59 volts. The secret is ours. Fit in that. Lovely. Alright. So now we know the way to open up all of the ages. Now we just have to go and do that. We can you just turn? Thank you. What? So that'll shut this, and it will allow us to get the bookshelf back up, but also open the door back up. Alright, so 59 volts, huh? I guess we'll go do the rocket ship first, because why not, right? Eat the butterflies! Oh my god! I bet you they're so delicious. Whoosh. 59 dudes. Power to spaceship. Power. Generator switches. I think one of them ends up breaking at some point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 0. 7. 29. 7. 29. Oh, we're just adding stuff together, right? No. 22. All right, I'm writing all this down. What are the numbers that we have for each one of these? And then we just have to add up to, what is it, 59? So we'll just see what each one of these numbers do. Now, I did not take any notes for abduction. That's crazy. Myst masterpiece. MST? Fuck you. MYST. What is MST? Masterpiece is one word, right? Masterpiece. Yup, there we go. All right, so let's see here. The first one we have here is 1. That gives us, we've got 10. Okay. This one gives us 1. All right. This gives us 7. No, that's not how. God damn it. Two. 8. B is not a space bar. 22. B is not a space bar. 16. Ooh. Ooh. 5. Oh, 19, then 5. There we go. And 9. So we need 59. Well, I think we do. So we do 10. We got 19. 20. This should be 42, 49, 59. Right? So good now? 59 dudes. Right? Wasn't there like some sort of like button I was supposed to hit or some shit? Yeah. Wait, it said 59 volts. I did 59. Eat a big fat hamburger helper. Man, y'all better recognize. I hit the right damn button. $59. I did 59 volts. Do we have to, like... So did I have... Do you have to blow one of them? You have to blow it real good? And then... it works? I don't feel like I solved it. I don't feel like I solved it at all. Hello? You have power? I think I did it. I think we did it. Okay, so uh 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. One. Nope, it's higher. I think so. I think we got it. I think that's too high. It is. Think we're good. A little lower. A little higher. Still higher. Got it. And the last one. I like how the water and the wind can't be at the same... I mean, the water and the key. Or might be it. Hey-oh! Genius. For someone... I don't want to say that I'm tone deaf, but... That's hard. I think one of the hardest parts about this game is there's not really confirmation of whether you did something right or not. So you kind of just have to, like, accept that you did something right. Like me pulling those levers, I didn't know that I was doing anything right there. I had no idea. Like there wasn't like a spark or anything, something that indicated like, hey, you're doing this right. Nope. We just pulled those levers. They went back up. I just assumed maybe we powered up the spaceship. I didn't know. That's hard. That's like scary. All right, that's all wind. So we need to adjust these things. No. Is there like a path over there? I guess not. Found a page. What? What? I don't remember. I sort of remember this. I don't remember it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right, I think we need to turn on all the machines. So there's a red page and a blue page, and it looks like I can only pick up one at a time. That's the way it appears. Not great. No, I didn't want to turn around. Sure. What's over there? There's something over there. What? Sure. Back this way. Very important to go back this way. That way. Ah, we definitely didn't come over here. So we turned on all the audio. There's another... Right? Sure. Down the hole. I love going down holes. Very, very convenient. Sure. We'll leave the light on, because light's important for seeing. Ah. Water. We have to isolate the noise. Clock. Okay. It's actually nice that they give you a clue. It's actually really nice that they give you a clue to the noise. Like, you don't have to, like, wildly guess. That's clock. In the other one, it didn't. In the other one, you had to line up waves, sound waves, which in the remake, which isn't bad. Just very different. Ah, where are the crystals? Ah, here we go. Very cool. And then the wind was back towards here, I think, right? All right, so we hit our sigma here. We hit the sigma, and that will give me the order in which we're supposed to do it. Crystal, water. Crystal, water, crack, wind, crack, clock. Wind, crack, clock. It's a bit of a fissure. Wait. Crystal, water, wind, crack, clock. Not rock. That would have not gone well. So the clock was the last one. Crystal, water, wind, crack, rock. Okay. I think we got it. I think we're good to go. That's how we open up that door over there, I think. I like this puzzle. I really like this puzzle. I think it's really cool. I remember, this is one, when we were replaying this, this was one of the few puzzles that I remembered distinctly doing. I didn't know the solution to it, but I remembered doing it. Imagine these being like top of the line, cutting edge graphics. Like, this was the shit back in 1993. Like, people saw this and they had moist pants. And could you blame them? All right, crystal. Crystal water. Crystal water, wind. Wind. Right, and then the clock. Yeah. That's so much easier. I recall in the remake having to like go back and forth and really do some heavy work on this one. That one's so much easier in this version. So much easier. All right, now we've got like our submarine tram system. All right, we need to figure out what noises mean what. Gonna be great. There is 100% a surety we get lost. Like, we do go underwater, but it's also like a subway. All right, we got a ding. All right, we need to figure out what the ding means. Ding. Ding will equal a direction, and then once we know what that direction is, we can figure it out, I think. And it tells us, like, what direction we're facing in, which is really helpful. We need a dead end is what we need. So we can't go forward here. I'm not drawing anything out. Best thing for us is a dead end. That was the squirrel noise, right? Squirrel. It's like a chitter. You could call it a chitter. I'm just calling it a squirrel. All right, what are our choices? It was just one, so that's clearly a direction. We've got west. The chitter could be west. Could be south. All right, we have west and south. Go south. Ding. So ding must be north. Ding is north. Right? Maybe. Let's see what other directions we have, but we got a ding. Right, no west. We came from the north, so... Got north. Are there any directions? East? Nope. We're in a dead end, so that's perfect. So ding is north. We found a dead end. That's perfect. And I think that means the chitter is west. The squirrel. So I think we can pretty much, because I think there was only two directions. Right? West. So we just have to guess what the other two We got a 50-50 shot. Right. So that's north. All right, well, that's one we haven't heard. So that's got to be east, because it can't be south, because we just came from the north. So, what is that? I'm just going to write... I'm going to say that's east. That's... So, ding, north, squirrel, west, east. Whatever, what's the last? What's the next one? Well, whatever the one we haven't heard, we'll know. East. East. Duh. 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 East. Ding and dunk. Dunk can. I'm just going to say can. I'm going to write can. I don't remember what I did for these. That's south. Can is south. Because it's the only other one we have left. So it's got to be south. Process of elimination, baby. That worked out great. This ain't too bad. This was the thing that I was dreading, was figuring this out again. It was a can, right? Yeah. I love that you can replay it, too. That's really helpful. That's super duper helpful that you can replay it. You know what's also frightening? The treetops one. That one will be hard, because we got to figure out, Where to move the water to. Squirrel was west. They're not doing any combo ones. There's like our can and our pff. Whoa, that is a hard turn. Don't derail. Uh-oh. Southeast? Uh-oh. Southwest. It was a can and a squirrel, right? Yeah, can and squirrel, my bad. It's not a pff. There we go. Now we got our complicated ones. They play them at the same time, too. That's devious. That's devious. I love it. That's just a squirrel. So we go west. Who the hell knows where we are? What? That northeast? You can't have east and west. Is that the can? I hear the squirrel. I guess it's the can. It doesn't sound like it. 'Cause you can't have east and west. It also sounds like a pff. So it's... Whoops, it's southwest, right? It sounds all jacked up. We just go south. Yeah, the squirrel in the can did not play well there. That was a really weird sound. It didn't play a noise. So how do I get out? Like, I made it. I made it somewhere. It stopped playing noise. How do you get out? We're trapped. Claustrophobia. I need air. I can't breathe. Not what I expected to happen there. What do you want me to do? How do we get out? How do we get out of here? But I don't want to go back. Right. You go south. I'm really confused. Where's the emergency get the fuck out button? Did I do something wrong? Like, we arrived here. It's not giving me any directions. It's not saying go somewhere, so how do we get out? Shouldn't it just, like, lift me up? Release! Release! Hand is south. Yeah, what up? Like, I thought we figured this out. Did we not? How do I egress? Where's the thing that says, like, we get out of here? We gotta get out of this place. If that's the last thing we ever do, we gotta get out of this place. 'Cause baby, there's a better life for me and you. But where is it? Yeah, no shit wrong. So am I supposed to do the opposite of all directions? There's no dinghy. I figured we'd arrive and it would just, like, take us up. I'm really confused. That's what I did last time. When we arrived at the station, I hit forward and it just pulled us up. Like, clearly I can go forward here, but we don't want to go forward. We want to go out. Maybe we didn't arrive. Maybe I'm wrong. Thought I hit the arrow. Oh man, I did not think we'd get stuck here. I thought I had it. I thought there were like buttons and stuff next to the chair, like an eject button. Just hit the eject button and everything will be fine. See right there, eject. We had to have arrived, right? It's not giving any other sort of like indication of anything, so and that's the only time forward pops up. If I hit backtrack, we turn around. If I hit forward, we obviously go forward, but forward's not correct. I don't see any other... There an eject? I don't know. Why is there no audio sample to play here? If this is wrong, if I did everything wrong, why is there no audio sample that plays here? Always when you end up somewhere, it tells you this is how you get out. So what are we doing wrong that I can't get out? There's not another button in here that I can hit. There's only one audio cue, and it's the can. And the can, we've determined, means south. I'm really confused. I'm really confused. I thought we were at the end. Who's northeast? This will make multiple noises. Yeah, like 2 weeks ago, and it's different. It's telling me to go southwest. I just don't know how to get out. I think we're at the end there, Teak. I just don't know how to, like, confirm the done. It's got the squirrel in the can. You put the squirrel in the can and you drink it on down. I mean, there's no northwest, right? Not a ding and a squirrel. Forward! Sure. I had to have done something wrong there. I mean, that's the only solution, is I did something wrong. Like, that can't be right. If it's not gonna pick me up, then that's not the end. So somehow I was, like, mishearing these things? I think that's northeast. Wait. Can only be southeast, right? It can only be southeast. I think maybe I was just mishearing the ding and thought it was a can. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, I was just mishearing something, but for whatever reason, when we ended up in that dead end, it wasn't playing a noise, which is really weird. Hey, there we go. Genius, right? I don't have a page with me. I didn't grab one. I didn't grab one. The whole point is to grab a page. No. 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 What? Sure. Penis fly trap. There we go. I did all that, and I didn't grab a page. I forgot. I was like, I'll do the... I completely forgot we didn't have a page. You had no pagey? No, I had no pagey. Idiot, right? Whose pagey do we have here? It's really confusing. You gotta walk around with a pagey in your hand the whole time. But Serial, you have to do the whole thing again. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. No. I know. I know. God damn it. Serial, are you really that dumb? Yes. Yes, I am. It's amazing. Genuinely amazing. No. I don't know my directions. So that's northwest. That's northeast. That's just north. That's southeast. Southeast. There, now I have a pagey. Look at that. Look at that. I did it. I did it! Yay!
You returned. You wouldn't return. They just rescue me. I'm acting off. My brother, I beg you. To be complete. Always blue pages. Listen to him. Now listen to my brother. He's a fool and a liar. Bring me the blue pages. The red ones. Don't bring the red ones. I implore you. I've been wrongfully imprisoned. You must leave. I will have my retribution. Please bring me the blue pages. Pages.
Yeah, that guy seems stable. I like him. We're friends. We're gonna hang out. Yeah, they intentionally make some of those sounds sound like identical to one another. Like the can and the ding have a very similar sound to them. All right, what was the clue for this one? This one was 240. 240. That's not correct. That's the minute hand, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more turns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. Genius. 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 Now, go in the door. Oh god, this thing. It's 221? Oh. One, two, three. No. Alright, I remember how to do this. No! I hate you. I hate you. I held it for too long. And I fucked up. Because I panicked. Because I panicked. Why is this gotta be? Why is everything gotta be so complicated? Why is everything gotta be so complicated? There we go. Easy game for grown-up babies. Cereal, but didn't you beat game? Yes, game is impossible. It's the truth. Game is impossible. No one can figure this out. No one can figure this out. So this version of the game is a bit more modernized, whatever that's supposed to mean. They went from 8-bit to 24. You're acting like somebody else. When do I act like somebody else? I can only act like me. Whomever that happens to be. Whomever that happens to be. Teak. I don't know how to be other people. My ability to mimic people is not good. I was just singing some Avril Lavigne. Right? I think it was Avril Lavigne. Some white girl. You fall, and you'll crawl, and you'll break, and you'll take what you get. I want to know. I want to know. All around the mulberry bush, the monkey chased the... Oh, I didn't like that. Whose song is that? A nice sword. Let me have it. Pick it up so you can stab. Fortress Rotation Simulator. Caballerating. Right, but we know all the directions right now. That was east, right? So this was the one you're supposed to do first so that you figure out that those are the directions. That's how that's supposed to be. Oh, I'm king now. King Truffles. Ha 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 ha. Off with his head. Monkey? I know some pop songs, but that's mainly because of like people I worked with and stuff like that. Aha! You're replaying Myst? No, we're not replaying anything. I've never played this before. We played Myst 2021, now we're playing Myst 1993. Very big difference. Very big difference. Okay. Okay. Aren't they the same? Just one is remastered. Did you not see the other one was in like complete 3D? This one is just a flat screen and losing. Yeah. I mean, if there was a way to lose, it's this way, right? It's what I'm doing. No, they're different. I don't know how much different they are, but I mean the point of this was to like kind of like see like what they changed and what they didn't. Oh, we got a pagey. All right, we got another blue one. I guess that's what we wanted. Yeah, I think there's some differences between the two. I'm not sure. I don't know. Like visually they obviously look very different, you know. I suppose. Yeah, you better suppose. What? I don't know. That's Myst. Ooh, balls! It was at least 4 years ago. Yellow, green, red. Perfect. It was at least 4 years ago. If not more. A replica of the clock. Got it. We got a rocket ship. You put stuff in the rocket ship, like peanuts. And you go, pew, and then you shake it, and it sounds like, you know, people are rattling around on the inside. Oh, what's up, girl? How you doing? Looking good. Aha! Great. What a lovely telescope. Pointed at something good, you moron. Like, where's all the naked people? Just a chess set? More like a replica of these nuts. That now, see, that joke doesn't work in that instance. Poor form. Poor form. Poor form. Boo. Boo hiss. Boo hiss. Hey, we made the bird do things. Genius. Genius, I tells yous. Cirrus, your greed sickens me. Your desire for wealth and plunder is never satisfied. I will instruct my subjects not to pay your new tax, and you know they'll listen to me. Regards, Akinar. You are bad, and you should feel bad. And I am letting you know that you are bad. Uh-oh. Where'd my blue pagey go? I am here to underperform. No, that's my game. I'm the one that underperforms. Don't try to take my shtick. That's my shtick. I'm the only one who can underperform here. Where the hell did I get the page from? I can't even figure out where we got it. Uh-oh. Please let me go in directions. Oh, it's so finicky. Alright, that's where the red one is, but we don't want that. I need the blue one since we've already delivered a blue page. We need a bloopy. I fucked up. In we go. Whee! Uh-oh. There we go. You wish. I wish what? I wish for world peace and happiness for everyone. I wish for Ron Artest meta world peace. I take it back. I wish for meta world peace. Okay, we've got a problem. We gotta do some hot rotation. I think we need to rotate so that we get the elevator? Hot sexing about? No, you went too far. Oh. Now. How's it? Perfect. God. Wish for perpetual conflict, that way you already have one wish fulfilled? That's not how that works. That's not how that works at all. Uh-oh. You get ourselves in a pickle? No, there was something there. No, 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 no. Go do that again. What was that? For you to say that's how it works? Because I created the game! Yeah, there's some doodads and gizzy what's-its there. Ha-ha! The genius strikes again! That's to the east. Some glizzy glam glams? There's like an equal and a plus and a T? I don't know. Where do we got? Equal plus T. No, what is that? What is this? Like, this has got to be something. Just open the fucking... Maybe it's an I? It looked like an No. An I? That looks like an L. All right. A new island of happiness. I don't know what you're trying to say. All right. I don't know. It ain't working, though. You can't get me. You can't get me. All right, there we go. I know you trying. I know you trying, KO Gore Trial, but you can't get me. I know how bacon is supposed to smell. And right now, I'm smelling bullshit. Ooh, got him. Got him. Maybe it's a 2? Maybe it's 2 eyes. It's I. Oh, no, stop it. No. Stupid calculator. I plus I. I don't know what that's supposed to do for me. Just talking about hot dogs. Hot dog, we got a wiener. What kind of hot dogs? I'm telling you, I have never heard of glizzy before. It's just jibber jabber and flim flam. Ding. Ding is to the north. Let's go check it out. We got half smokes in Washington, D.C. We got these half smokes. They're like half sausage, half health, half all bad. Half sausage, half hot dog, all bad, but they go in the mouth. And people tend to like them for some reason, including me. They're pretty good. Hey, look at that. All right. There we go. Check it out. All right. I think we got it. Whoa. Whoa there, partner. They're pretty good. They're pretty good. There's a place in DC called oh man, it's been so long since I've been there. Ben's Chili Bowl. Holy crap, man. My brain was about to, like, fart out. Ben's Chili Bowl. Ben's Chili Bowl is freaking fantastic. They're known for their chili, but they also do chili burgers and chili dogs, and holy crap. I mean, their chili's fantastic, but you get, like, a chili dog half smoke with all the fixins and stuff on there. Oh, my God. Like, your heart's about to, like, bust out of your body. You know, like your arteries are just chock full of cholesterol after that. But, oh, my God, man. The chili, the cheese... You get chili cheese fries. Oh my God, the chili cheese fries. Ben's Chili Bowl. If you go to Washington, D.C., ever, and this goes to everyone, if anyone ever goes to D.C., you gotta go to Ben's Chili Bowl. You gotta go to Ben's Chili Bowl. You don't have a choice. It's just a mandatory stop. Mandatory. You have to go there. It's so doggone good. So doggone good. Is that, hold on, like, that's, turn around, you nerd. What's all this like above it though? There's like a switch and then another what is that? It's just like a little design above the doorway. I can't really make out. I don't know. I don't know what that's supposed to be. That's weird to me. It looks like something, though. Yeah. Who knows? No one can figure out that kind of stuff. No one's smart enough to figure out whatever that is there. And all I can say is Ben's Chili Bowl is the beast fucking knees. People will recommend 8 billion places you go for food and shit in DC, but nothing beats Ben's Chili Bowl. You want to have a coronary, you go to Ben's Chili Bowl and you feel good about yourself. All right, we go up. And we're looking for a squirrel noise. Hey, squirrel noise. Beep beep. Oh, right. We have to hit the button. Joy. See, now I want some hot dogs and chili. You know what I do? This is terrible for you, and I don't do it often, which is why, but whenever I make sloppy joes, I always make sure the next day to make macaroni and cheese. Because macaroni and cheese and sloppy joes are fucking fantastic. So I just make like mac and cheese sloppy joe sandwiches. Oh, it's 100% how you die. This is why the world calls Americans fat, but it's so good. I didn't realize there was nothing there. Get you some. Go get some. Who wants some? I'll pee in her mouth. Duke Nukem, no. Now that's a golden shower. No. Yeah, I don't know what we're supposed to make. Those symbols mean something, but I don't know. I don't get it. I don't see what I'm supposed to see there. Oh, right, we gotta hit the button. There's a game I haven't played in forever. I didn't like Duke Nukem 3D. Am I crazy? I didn't like Duke Nukem 3D. I played like the first couple of levels, like once you get off the planet and onto the spaceship, and that's kind of where like Duke Nukem starts to lose me. Can. Perfect. Now we're back home. I like Duke Nukem Forever, though. Only Duke Nukem game you've ever played is one of the OG DOS games. Yeah, there's a couple of them, right? There's 1 and 2, and then 3D was supposed to be, like, the new thing. It was supposed to be the third Duke Nukem game, but instead of doing a platformer, they turned it in. I played a fair amount of 1 and 2. I played a good chunky bit of it. Do we just hit buttons here? Let's see here. What did we have? We had a upside down shape, U, and then U. Those were fun. You know, they're like action platformers. You get to shoot some stuff. I'm sure it was awful. I can't imagine them being great today. Easy. That is hands down the easiest stage. Hands down the easiest stage. I liked them. There were a handful of those games that came out over the years that were a lot like that. The side scroller action platformer was really popular in like the late 80s, early 90s. I wonder why. Couldn't have had anything to do with Mario, could it?
Bad, good. Still more pages you brought them. Bring more. I must have some more. All I ask of you. Long. It's been so long since my brother, Cyrus, wrongfully imprisoned me within this book. Stupid schemes. Pretty speech. Greed, which is endless. Should be perfectly obvious to you. He's done evil and he has destroyed all before. Do not bring the red pages to him. Not let him trick you. He tricked our father. Hideously murdered our father. He'll trick you. He'll murder you. Don't touch the red pages. I beg you to bring the blue pages. To me, listen, you must obey me. Blue pages are my only hope. You must help me. You must help me.
What was the one with the rabbit? What was the rabbit platformer? Was that... Oh, was it Bucky O'Hare? Was that it? I remember a buddy of mine having something like that. Bucky O'Hare looked kind of cool. It had like this like red cover, but like this like rabbit that I think was standing with a gun, but he had like a cape. It was like electrical bolt or something like that. I think it was Bucky O'Hare. I don't know. There's something going on there. This one's 724. I had no idea there was a cartoon. Konami made an NES and an arcade game. Huh. I thought it was, yeah, for some reason I thought it was a, like a PC game. I guess not, huh? Oh, maybe we have to strike the match? That would make sense, right? Yeah. What? Maybe. There was Jazz Jackrabbit, I think. Right? It's highly possible I'd confuse all of those. Highly possible. I'd say it's probably likely that I could confuse those two. How would you confuse them? It's really easy, trust me. Huh. I know we gotta raise it up somehow. I guess we could crank it. Crank it, man! Yeah, we'll crank it. Yeah, there was some like platformer that had a rabbit in it. I'm pretty sure it was for the PC. You never know though, I could be wrong. I remember playing a platformer with a rabbit, and it wasn't like Bugs Bunny or something like that. It was something that I was just like, I don't know what the fuck this is. Like I was a kid, and it wasn't like a big license thing. I didn't think. Yeah, yeah, it was a rabbit with a gun. Yeah. Abso-freaking-lutely. Rabbit with gun. Sure. Sure. Rabbit with gun in space. Sounds right. Did it go higher? Yeah, that's what I said, Jazz Jackrabbit. I said there was another one called Jazz Jackrabbit. But those are like, I mean, they both had rabbit mascots, so they're like easily confusable. They're even both green for some reason. Yep. There you go. That's why. I don't remember it very well. I just remember there being okay. Yep. Let's save here. Well, I'm stuck for now. Uh-oh. I guess I didn't crank it down low enough. Yeah, it just there were like a handful of those games that just I was it's kind of like childhood, and every once in a while they'll come back and like these vague weird memories that are easy to kind of confuse, I guess. I guess I sort of did this right. Hey. All right. I vaguely remember this. I vaguely remember this. Yeah. All right, but the first thing I think we had to do was go to the mill over here and turn the water on somehow or another. What? What? Why would it let me do this? What is this? I don't fucking know. So water's flowing down here now? Okay, but that doesn't do me any good. For now. Alright, so we got it right. We got the water going somehow or another. Alright, so down here. I think we want to the left again. Great, I don't know where the hell I was. Right here? No, I want it going down to the left, so I see the split. I want it going this way. And water going off in that direction, big waste. Big waste. So we come here. We have it. Can we look at it, please? We have it going that way. Hey, look at that! Alright, alright! Alright, that wouldn't get me anywhere. I think that's where we started anyways. So yeah, you never need water flowing down there. It's really easy to get turned around in here. Somehow, like, we need to do, like, an extendo thing there, right? Maybe it's from the other side. Hold on, let's go down there and look. Water's still going down here anyways, so... Right. We turn around. Turn around, go down this way, and we crank this, and this will extend that. Yeah! Alright! Who's using their brain now? Okay, hold on. Alright, now we got that. So now I can move water down there. No. Here? Yeah. And there's this one. I don't know. Okay, that one. So now we're going to move water down to here. Okay. Oh, we gotta close the door. Now we'll go up. I don't understand why I gotta hit the door close thing. It'll happen on its own. Yeah, I don't know what that stopping in the middle of the elevator was for the other age. Maybe there was nothing there. Maybe those weren't, like, actually symbols that were helpful in any way. I mean, maybe they were. Alright, this is gonna get really confusing. This is definitely gonna be confusing. Alright, so that's a dead end. That'll work. Dead ends are good. Dead ends mean I don't need to think too hard. Yep, I have no idea where I am now. Very good lost. Oh, 100% lost. 100% lost. What's up, Sean? Namaste, homie. How you doing, dude? Happy Thursday evening, Friday morning. How's life treating you? Yeah, we are. How did anybody ever figure this shit out? Another hard story boss defeated in Elden Ring. That's the good stuff, man. What I want to hear. Really? We can't open the door? Huh. I thought that's why we came over here, was to open the door. And now you're stuck. Well, there's always somewhere to go next. You're not stuck. Just go wander around. You don't have to know exactly where it is you need to go. You just need to wander. That's the beauty of a big open world game, is, you know, getting lost and figuring out where it is you need to go. I don't think... Why would I need electricity to open a door? Maybe it's locked from the other side. You know what? I feel you on that stuckness. I think this is where we wanted to open up. I thought it was, but the door downstairs was blocked. So I thought this was the one that we wanted. There's no other way to get up here. I thought we'd be able to unlock this door because there's one down there that's locked. Hmm. Was a hidden passage you couldn't get through at the beginning of the game, so you check that out, dude? There's so much you can check out, you know? There's so much. It's a big open world. If you don't know where to go next, just wander. Just wander. You will find where to go next. You can trust me on that. Oh, look, there's more up top. What? That was unexpected. There was a very specific point we had to, like, look up at. That was weird. I thought that's where I was headed. I guess not. Guess we can try the other elevator. Huh. Alright, let's try the further off one. This. Either way, I mean, you'll definitely figure out where to go. You just gotta wander. That's what open world games are, you know? You go out, you set off, you wander around, you find some shit and go, oh. Oh. You know, have fun exploring. Get into it. Find some meat. Chew on some fat, man. Get funkier than a monkey. Yes. I guess I found the exit, but a lot of good that does me. We need a page. Well then. Yeah, it's just a mess up there. I mean, I did get the water going over here, but that doesn't help. See that? This door here is blocked off. Alright, maybe I missed something up there, you know? There's so many different pathways that you can take. Up top here, it's pretty easy to get turned around, so... Alright, we go to the right. We turn right. That's the end right there, so we can't do anything there. Keep going forward. A little on the left here. Nothing really in there, but we go back in here. Turn left, go down here. Convoluted. In. Go this way. Where we came from. Yeah, I don't... There's something here that we can just, like... Why can't I open this door? There's no way for me to get up here and have power, so we have to open the doors somehow, but I can't go in from the bottom. Oh. Huh. Maybe there's a switch somewhere and I just didn't realize it? You know, it's always within the realm of possibility. What? Why you turn off? What's up, Smoke? Not my Myst? Wait, never mind. This is Myst. You got it, homie. This is definitely... Yeah, we've been over here. This is so this is the... Oh, I guess my batteries are dead. Huh. Huh. Okie dokie. Okie dokie, the chalky. How you doing, Smoke? Happy Friday. How's life treating you, man? Hope you're doing well. Having fun doing what you're doing? Hell yeah. Yeah, I've been having fun playing through the original Myst here. No idea what the hell we're doing. No flippin' clue. Trying to do some figuring. It's pretty dope. Oh, yeah, you mean your Friday or Myst? I'm gonna go with Myst. Both. No. One. You can choose one, and it will be Myst. Friday. You're wrong. And you know it. How does it feel to be wrong? What? But Friday is pretty dope. Friday do be dope. It do be dope. No? Even a broken clock is wrong most of the time. True that. What? You trying to make some sort of poor joke? I think maybe there's something wrong with the stairs, but I can't get up here. There's got to be something else. Like, I can't get up here without... We need to, like, find a way to open that door. We gotta find a way to do that. You've been playing anything interesting, Smoke? I know you finished up Final Fantasy IX, but was there anything else you decided to start up and get the taste of? Ah, here we go. There it is. There it is. That's what we needed. Knew there had to be something out there. Just had to be. Now, where are we going? I'll figure it out. Yes, we did. Oh, God. All right. Hell yeah. I tell you, that hurt my brain. I'm not smart enough to figure that shit out. Yeah, there was just like a shack we hadn't been into. It's fine with me. All right, now we get the good stuff. Gotta get the cash, gotta get the dough, gotta get the cash, gotta get the dough, gotta get the cash, gotta get the dough. Ooh. Ominous. Neat. Now put your head in there. Okay, mouth. Oh, secret. Is that a secret? Hey-oh, alright. Button. Okay. Did he call me the chupacabra? Your mama.
I hope I pushed the right button, my dear brother. What a very interesting device you have here. I'm not erasing anything important, am I? Remember, he is preparing. Take only one page, my dear brother.
Whatever you say. Yeah, this all sounds good. Whoa, whoa. God damn it, man. Like, more than ever, I don't know where I can click. Oh, look at that. I did that. What did I do? Right. Where would the red page be then? Oh, here we go. I mean, I'm not gonna pick up the red page. I just wanted to look around. I mean, for 1993, this would have been a gorgeous ass game. All right, there it is. I don't need it. There it is. Ooh, stabbies. Alright, I'm assuming, like, the game wanted you to, like, write this stuff down. I think we already translated this in the first one, but, you know, we'll have fun. We'll have fun. Photo. Photo. Photograph. There we go. We got that. Ooh, is that a bowl for washing your hands of all the blood? You know, we have not had a good bloodletting in quite the while. Good bloodletting. Out with the bad, in with the good. Smush, smush, squish, squish. Use your hands now. Dude, fucking internet. I watched this like 10-minute video today on Reddit about this monkey trying to remove a leech from its leg. It was horrid and gross. At first I thought it was like pulling out some like vital organ from inside of it. I was like, is it pulling out its intestines? Wait, is it playing with itself? What the fuck is happening here? And oh my god, is this gross? Like, the fuck? Apparently, there was like this 15-minute video of this monkey just like removing this leech from its leg. It was gross. Oops, I did not want to go that way. It was worth watching though. I had to watch it. The funny part was there was like this really epic music playing along with it, which I didn't quite understand. Where am I going? Which I didn't quite understand why. Like, very grandiose, boombastic. You know, like, I'm on a mission to, like, shoot bad guys music. Like, video game epic music. It was just this monkey removing a leech from its leg. It took, like, 10 minutes. It kept, like, fondling it and playing with it. And I was like, what the hell is this monkey doing? It'd, like, run around and then pull at it a little bit and then just stop. And then it'd run around and it'd pull at it some more and it'd stop. And, like, every time it would, like, run around and be like, oh! Like, flip out and, like, run away. It'd play with it for a while and be like, ugh! And, like, try to run away from it. Like, it was gonna escape the demon leech on its leg. So it kept trying to run away from something attached to it. Stupid monkeys! Stupid monkeys. It was highly amusing, but also very stressful.
Oh, my friend. Bring in the blue pages. I see. Convinced the Cirrus is guilty. Pray, do not release him. He will destroy me, just as he did. Innocent bystander. I've been wrongfully tricked into imprisonment. You have observed his unbridled lust for riches. In the 4 remaining worlds, some plot. It was almost perfect. Final blow to father. You tricked him into believing that it was I who was the murderer. I didn't murder father. Bring me the remaining. Please. Liar. Pulling a liar. I must not be free. The remaining blue pages from the last age of Myst. I must be free. You must free me. I cannot bear it here for eternity. Free me.
He wants me to free him for free? Not for free. I need something in return. Right. Now we have to do this one. Okay, so what were the time periods for this one? We've got October 11th, 1984, so let's go backwards. You can't go backwards. September, October, 11sies. I think this is really cool. 1984. Well, it's gonna take a while. Okay. Go down some. Nope. Alright, good enough. Oh, no, we gotta go forward. Not the 1800s. We're in the 1984. It's 10:04 a.m. Probably. Really dark. It's hard to see. Perfect. All right. 10:04. October 11th, 1984, 10:04. I think the lights are on. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So now we have to look through our book over here. That looks to me like a leaf. So we've got... I'm going to delete that. L-E-A-F. Yeah. It's just like the leaf to me. So, leaf. Okay. And what do we got? Here's the next one. January... We gotta go all the way back up. January 17th. 12:07. I love how it can't play music and sound effects at the same time. 5:46 a.m. So stupid. January 17th, 12:07, 5:46 a.m. All right, let's see what this is. Obviously, we know it's not a leaf. Doesn't look like the pigeon or the arrow. Cross? No. Beetle? No. Snake. It's a snake. So snake is the next one. Snakey, snakey, snakey. Leaf snake. All right, and the final one. November 23rd. It's so stupid. Why can't it play both? 9791. 97 91 6:57 p.m. Stupid. November 23rd, 9791, 6:57 p.m. Got it. All right. Wowzers, it is really going for it. And that looks like a beetle to me, but we'll make sure. It's not the pigeon, it's not the arrow. I think that's the bug. I'm gonna rate. We'll just rate bug. I don't know what kind of... No, B-U-G. B-U-G spells bug. Dum-dum. Okay. Out we go. I have no idea what the order of this shit is, but it's okay. Oh my god. Oh, bird. This is perfect. It's actually telling me what the hell these things are. Leaf. Bam. Oh, okay. Cross. Eyeball. Snake. Bug. Genius! Genius! The madman is a genius. We done did it. Looky, looky, it's a boaty. Let's make a big fat floaty. Genius. I am so smart. I am so smart. Alright, the final age. This game's too easy. Too easy. Easy game for a massive brain. I didn't struggle my first time in this game. It's simple. Who would struggle in such a simple game? Boom, 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 boom. Alright. Yep, definitely don't remember what we're doing here. What? Oh, la, la. Oh. Okay. Cool. Nice drawer. Not. Got him. Look at all these riches he has. I'm jelly. How do I get this cool? Oh, he was the bad pirate guy. Look at that. That's the symbol of the pirates. That's the flag. Your son is evil. An evil pirate. Oh, I don't want his pagey. I definitely don't want his pagey. Yeah, I remember being stuck in here a hot minute. Dude, look at all the drugs, man. Like, give me some. This is the fun drawer. Totally jealous of the fun drawer. How do I close the fun drawer? You don't. The fun drawer is neat. I want whatever the hell that was. Also, the fun drawer. Alright, well that doesn't close. So we found his potato. Yep, just hit a bunch of buttons. Easy. Easy game for baby. Alright, there's his page. Tinctures and vials. You know, the weird thing is they make both of the sons seem very intelligent and conniving, and... Neat, what's this? Ooh. Cool. They make them, I mean, they make Cirrus seem very greedy and Agonar seem very psychotic, but in later games, Cirrus tends to be the more conniving one, and Agonar becomes kind of like a silly fool. At least in 4, which is not how like I really pictured them in this. Right, here's the other half of this note. Like, they both seem to be relatively intelligent. And it's weird. I find it weird that they like change them so drastically. So we know that the page is in here. I don't want to grab it yet because it makes it kind of hard to discern like what kind of shit we can interact with. How do I get out? Okay. We'll come back for that. I was just jamming on a button. So we want the blue page. That's the one that we want. That drained the water there. What do you do? Very nice. Yeah. No? Oh. Okay. All right. Yep. No, down. Yep. There. Okay. Oh. What? Open it. Oh, we gotta jam like a key in there or something like that. I got it. Well, what the hell? Why did we come down here then? Oh my god. Okay, sure. What? Alright, what's in this one? Right, this gets us under the boat. Button! I can't see anything in there. I can't see anything in there. Am I going back to... Like, we got the gloves going. Did we... Alright. It's good security, man. It's good security. No one's gonna come at that. Oh. It is such a fucked up bullfrog. This bullfrog, this poor bullfrog. So what, did I provide electricity now? Right? Yeah, there's lights. Okay. We gotta do like science or something like that first. Alright. Let me peep here. Oh god, this isn't good. What? No! This is terrible. That's what I get for clicking outside the window. Now we get to do it again. I don't know what we're looking for. We're looking for something that indicates something? Looking for an indicator. Indicator. This was so confusing in Myst 2020. 135, right? That's what this is at, 135. I think the blinking is supposed to indicate something there for us. Let's keep looking, though, just in case. go around that full 360, right? I think that 135 is what we want. We'll go back in and charge up the Hoobie Bosit. Yeah, maybe we don't need to. The generator thing for the lighthouse. Doesn't look. No, I guess that's it. So I think that's what we needed is the 135. Let's write that down here. 135. All right, we got a number. Numbers are good. Numbers are real good. Light's still on, all right. No? Hmm. Aha! Oh my god. We got a crawl in here? Uh-oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. So this is where we have to do some math, right? 32. That's a telephone. That is not a calculator. No, we don't want a phone number. So 32. 360 divided by 32 is 11 and a quarter. All right, 11 and a quarter. 135 divided by 11 and a quarter gives us 12. Right, so we need to get to 135. This is 0, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. Lovely, I guess? Whose room we got here? This is Akinar's, right? Yeah, perfect. So we'll grab the pagey, and we can make our way out of here. This is giving me a lot of light. I feel like in the remake, he didn't have this much light. Aha. Nope. Hey, hey, hey. Alright. Really cool looking game. Like, just appreciating the environments is so cool. I really do enjoy it. What? The fuck just happened there? It came out of the wood? That's so neat. What the hell? So there's nothing else going on in this room other than the return book. That's cool. That's definitely cool. Alright, so this is the last page that we give to Akinar, I think.
Hello, I'm Akinar. I'm glad to see that you've returned to help me escape from my wrongful imprisonment. He was Cirrus who did this to me. Cirrus, my wicked brother. Do not listen to him. I warn you. He's a liar. Do not be persuaded by his evil lies. Do not release him. He killed my father. He will kill you. Began when my brother Cirrus began to lust for riches. He stole from the ages of Myst. He hoarded riches for himself. My father slipped away his watchfulness. My sick brother secretly pronounced himself king. King of the ages of Myst, he said. He began to look upon me in disgust. His lowly brother. He's him. And then Cirrus began to destroy the ages of Myst. He burned their forest. He tore down their structures. He flooded their lands. Murdered their inhabitants. He destroyed all but 4 of the ages. Of course, I had to warn father. When I finally found him, there was Cirrus also, talking cleverly. The lying tongue of a serpent. He had convinced father that it was I who destroyed the ages. He convinced father that it was I who was greedy for wealth and plunder. And Cirrus dealt the final blow. He tricked father into believing that I was the murderer. But Cirrus did not reveal as fast a blow as he planned. And his father died a slow death. He at last doubted my brother's clever lies, and so in dying, father imprisoned us both. Not sure from which of us the blow had come. I swear to you what I say is true. Release me. You must release me. My brother's a deceitful liar and deserves punishment. I only wish vengeance for my dear father. His murder. Believe me. You must only recover 1 additional page to release me from this prison. It's the easiest to find. Go to the bookshelf. It's in this library. On the far right side of the middle shelf, there's a burned book, which is different from the other burned books. This book is filled with patterns. Find pattern 158. Mimic its design on the panel in the fireplace. Doing this will bring you the last blue page. Remember, take the red page. Only the blue page. Return quickly to me. And do not touch the green book. It's a clever trap to imprison those who have not been warned. Do not be tempted, or you will rot and die, imprisoned as I am. I tell you, if you follow my instructions, it will be well worth your while. I promise you that. Go.
What's up, PJ? How you doing, dude? Yeah, well, we beat Abduction, because apparently there was, like, 0 game left. Like, I took care of the second world, and I was just like, all right, well, I mean, it was getting late anyways. I had already streamed for a really long time, and I went into the third world, and I was like, all right, that's going to be it for today. And then we started it up, and within, like, 5 minutes, we beat the game. And I was just like, I didn't think it was gonna take like 10 minutes to get to the end of the game, so what do we do? so what do we do? And I was like, well, why don't we play this? Did I get both endings? There's more than one? Uh-oh. I guess I should go back in. I blew up a building. I blew up a building. That was the ending I got. I blew some shit up. That's what happened. Me and Cecil blew shit up. Well, how am I supposed to know there's two endings? How am I supposed to know that? The game didn't say anything about two endings. It wasn't like, okay, now play through the game again. I got one. I got one. You can unplug his battery? I didn't even know what it was plugged into. I guess we could go back and redo that. We're right at the end of this. So, I mean, I don't think I need to stitch together the letter this time, but I guess we can have some fun in doing that again, right? Caroline never said anything to me. Believe Caroline? How are we going to believe Caroline when I never met her? Caroline didn't give us any information. Like, believe Caroline. How do you believe Caroline? Yeah, I don't know. They were like, oh no, Arizona's destroyed. And I was like, but it looks like Arizona. I was like, how do you know that Arizona is destroyed when that's just how Arizona looks all the time? Like, looks fine to me. Looks fine to me. Right? So I don't know. I didn't know that there was like an option of like anything else. So yeah, we just got the one thing, and we watched some of the credits while like I gave my, you know, very in-depth review of the game. And we didn't finish them. I backed out because there's way too many credits. It's like 5 hours of credits. That's the bad ending? Oh no. Well, I guess we can go back in. And we can check that out. I'm down for doing that. I'd like to see what else there is. That's always exciting. My big complaint about the game is that it's got one save. I hate when games do that, especially needlessly in this. This is needlessly a one save game, so I would have loved to have like saves at different like instances and stuff happening in the game. And there just weren't. And that's upsetting. I'm having fun. I don't know how much different it is than... Oh, there we go. Than the previous one that we played, the 2021. I'm just translating the note right now. But it seems a lot like the 2021 version. Like, just about everything that I did in the remake is it's pretty much present in here. You're almost certain that yours had multiple saves in Abduction. Mine just has one. In terms of puzzles, it's pretty much identical. Yeah, They changed some of the interfaces, like the clock puzzle, right? But just about everything else is identical. Yeah, it looks like they also changed what the levers do in the clock as well. But other than that, everything seems the same. So far. Like, I haven't noticed anything really crazy. Obviously, you can only carry one page at a time, which is annoying. So I want to go back and grab those so we can see, like, Cirrus's dialogue. I want to watch all that. We'll get all the endings, too. I've just been grabbing Akinar's. But we'll go back through and quickly grab everyone else's. Been fun. You know, some of the stuff I didn't remember because I've got like a terrible memory. I've got that goldfish memory. So some of the things I wasn't quite sure, like I still got lost in the subway system. Because you know reasons. Alright, so the vault is located in very plain view. The island of Myst on the island of Myst, and access can be achieved very easily if the simple instructions are followed. First, locate each of the marker switches on the island. Turn every one of these switches to the on position, then go to the dock, and as a final step, turn the marker switch there to the off position. So we've done all that. Yeah. Some of them, I think they intentionally did some confusing audio signals just to mess with you. I think they intentionally did that, which is, you know, annoying. So let's go grab all the red pages so we can see all of Cirrus's stuff. Because there are some audio cues that I would say sound almost just like another one, and that's a little it's a little confusing, I would say. But other than that, apparently they did that because they didn't have an inventory. That seems like a poor excuse to me. I think they could still have found a way for you to carry both pages at the same time. But obviously you don't need both pages. You just need one set of pages. You just need 4 of one set, and then you're good to go. So, I mean, to be fair, there is that as well, right? You don't really have to worry too much about that kind of thing. I don't actually remember where the red page is. I remember we found the blue one, but I really don't remember where the red one is. It's somewhere around here. This was the blue one. Not here. Alright. I mean, it's gotta be by one of these things, right? Hey, there we go. You really don't need any of the red or blue pages once you know the solution. Right, but I want to play through the game. I want to see the game. You're right. I mean, I know the end. I know how we beat it. I've beat it before. I beat it like 80,000 times at this point. I know. Oh, right. We're getting out. I don't need to go this way. We're getting out of here. Why am I going back this way? I speed ran the game for cripes. For cripies. I'm a speedrunner. Yeah. But you know, I wanna see the stuff. I wanna experience the game, right? That's the point of redoing this, was the experience the game. If I wanted to just beat it, I could have just walked in and beat the game. No, I wanna see the stuff. Yeah, you were saying that 37 seconds. That's insane. Your best is 49. That still sounds pretty good. That still sounds pretty good. What's the world record for all pages? That's got to be a thing, right? Somebody's got to have run that, right? There's got to be like an all pages category. Or, well, as many pages as you can grab, you know, before things break. Getting the good ending and all the pages. Squirrel, west. Ding, north. That... East. 10 minutes, 45 seconds. No, down. That's better than my 4 hours. Squirrel, was? I went the wrong way. Obviously, that was intentional. See, that's intentionally vague. That sounds like the can, but that's northeast. And that's dirty. No, 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 no. I'm sorry, northwest, because it's the squirrel. I'm sorry. That was also wrong. It's southwest, because it sounds like a can. And all those other passages were blocked. But clearly. Clearly I know what I'm doing. Alright, that's a ding. That's a ding. So that's northwest. I know what I'm doing. Look, it's all planned out. This is what screwed me up the last time. Like, I misunderstood, like, the noises. Southeast? That's northeast. You're an idiot. Okay. I did it. Easy game for babies. Easy game for babies. It's really easy to misunderstand the noises. It's really easy. Like, surprisingly so. Like, stabbingly so.
Thank you for bringing me that. You must continue.
It's intentional.
My name is Sirius. I beg you to find the remaining pages. You must read. Release me from this book which has become. I
How did they not realize that this shit was annoying as hell? Like, like, that is... I get what they're trying to drive home there, but holy crap, does that not make you want to smack babies? Like, Jesus Christ. Like, you just want to smack the shit out of babies. The noise terrorized kids. As an adult, it terrorizes me. A friend of yours still has nightmares about it? Why would you have nightmares? It's just static. How does static give you nightmares? It's awful. It's horrendous. It's just an awful noise. That kind of noise gets you stabbed. That's all. Can it keep going up? Nice. Well, granted, I mean, like, I was a teenager when I first played through this, so I guess it didn't really bother me that much, but... yeah, it's an annoying noise. It just sucks. And getting stuck at the book at the end, yeah, sure. Oh, I understand that. I wonder how different, like, the Saturn version of this actually is. Yeah, I played this on a home console when I originally played through it, not on PC, because I didn't have access to a PC that would have been capable of playing something like this. I don't think... did this come out on a CD-ROM? I don't think we had a CD-ROM until... probably sometime in the 90s. I had to have been in high school. So maybe like 98 or something like that. I'm the one that bought the CD-ROM for our computer. That shit was expensive as hell. People that speedrun the Saturn version, so can definitely have a look if you want. I'm not gonna play through it again. I played through it once. I played through that. Well, one, I couldn't stream my version. I don't have a way to capture any of the old games. So there would be that on top of everything else, I guess. I need to transfer this one, right? What? No. Yes, this one. No. Yes. No. I'm very confused right now. I want to go up there. That's where I want to go up. Yeah, that's where I want to go up. Because we take the... oops, the elevator up here. Right. Here we go. You don't know the differences, though? I'm sure that it's just aesthetic. I mean, they had to, like, turn down all the settings and stuff because obviously home consoles, at least at that time, weren't as powerful as computers, so I'm sure that a lot of the settings were pretty greatly neutered. I think it was in here. Yeah, here we go. This also seems like something I would have done too back in the day, like going through and like trying to get all the pages just to see what all the stuff is like. I bet you I got all the endings back when I played on the Saturn. It seems like something I would do. Now we go down. That was back up. Not down. Alright, so now I go here. Now we transfer that. Go this way. This way? Alright, that'll work. Oh, right, door. That'll work. It's fun. I thought there was going to be some, like, much bigger differences between this and the remake, which is nice that they remained fairly faithful. You know, I like the fact that they did that. You know, it's... You know, if you're a fan of the old game, just having, like, updated graphics in basically the same game is... It's nice. That's definitely nice.
Have returned. Additional page. Leave from my prison on this forgotten island of Myst. I see that you are. I am called Sears. I need all the red pages. I know. Must search and bring 2 more for the red pages. I am released. I promise. Don't touch the blue pages. That is for my wicked brother. He is a man of distorted mind and senses. He disgusts me.
It's so bad.
Do not release Mackinac. Thirst for destruction is not. Never ending. Bring the red paper. May you please release me from this prison. I promise you will be greatly rewarded.
Okay, goddamn, shut the hell up. I want to watch them, but they just prattle on for so long. Shut up. Just, shut up, shut up, shut the fuck up, shut up. I don't know where we go now. We have 2 more to do, right? Oh, yeah, there's the cog. The cog. Can we... No, why are you going this way? Yeah, and then the boat. The graphics in this game have not aged well, but 1993, this shit was pretty damn special. This shit was pretty damn special. People were all used to seeing, like, pixel art and stuff like that. We weren't seeing stuff like this. Like, 93 is like Super Mario World, you know? I guess that's more 1990. 93 is like Chrono Trigger. Is left? No. Yeah. Like we're still on the home consoles. Yo, there we go. This definitely would have made my mind go, damn. That's pretty impressive. I mean, to be fair, I don't know what my reaction was. I recall enjoying this, but I don't recall me being like, oh man, it's the greatest thing in the world. I recall me being like, yeah, alright. That was a game. That was a game. Yeah, I probably sat through with a walkthrough too because I didn't want I didn't want to figure it out. Because I had dumb teenager brain. Maybe I did. I don't fucking.
With each page I can see more clearly. Soon, free from this horrible prison, this book. You must visit the one remaining age. You have not. Confident that
I want to know all the stuff that we can't hear.
my brother Akina is demented. He is guilty. Took advantage of the freedom our father had given us. Akina begins it.
Like, there's dialogue here.
I ask you again. Do not retreat through pages. He will destroy both myself and you, just as he destroyed the other pages of Myst. Never will escape. You must simply bring the red. The story that I, your wisdom, you will see that I am innocent and he is guilty. This forgotten island long ago. I will owe you my life, and you will be greatly rewarded.
Are they just sitting in front of their books so that they can talk to me? Is that what happens? Like, how do they know that I'm here? How do they know that somebody's, like, opening a book? Is there, like, some sort of, like, signifier that's like, ding, 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 someone's in the book. Ding, 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 there's a book. Ding, 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 people, ding, ding. Like, how do they know? Like, are they just sitting with a book open, just waiting? Why? It's like when we go into those ages, obviously, you know, we don't see, it's not like it's Spire and Haven. All it looks around us is like static. And then you see there's like a little window above you, right? Oh, there's water here. I'm trying to, like, run down water. Duh. That is not how that works. Was very confused there. One of the drawers, right? I'm a genius. People say I'm not, and maybe they're right. I sometimes feel very smart. Oh god, I gotta turn the power back on again? Worst day. Worst day. It still sounds like somebody stepping on a bullfrog. It's definitely somebody stepping on a bullfrog. Alright, can I just go back down into here now? Are we good? I gotta hit the other button too? Are you shitting me? This is awful. This one. Genius. Still smarter than your favorite household animal. Still smarter. Why do they make you do all that again? That seems so unnecessary. Just leave the light on. Just leave the light on. Oh, it takes so long. Yuck. Ew. 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 Is you walking? Is you walking?
Finally returned. I owe you a debt of gratitude, for you have nearly released me. My name is Sirius. I trust that from your explorations you've become convinced that my wicked brother Achenar is guilty, and I am innocent. It is I who am wrongly imprisoned here. Imprisoned by my father. I don't know who you are, or how you came to this island, but I assume you must at least know something of the books. It was father who was a master of the books. He wrote hundreds of them, all describing and linking to the fantastic places and ages which he had discovered. The room in which you now stand was our father's library. It was here in this room, on this island named Myst, that he housed most of these books. But such a waste. By now, you have surely discovered that Achenar has burnt and mutilated most of these books. Why? Our father was always watchful of our explorations. We grew up under his strict supervision. But when we came of age, he gave us unbridled access to the Myst books. He began to leave our adventures more and more unchecked. Unsupervised as we were, my brother began to become disturbed. He began to take more from the Myst ages than he had given. Soon he gained a twisted pleasure from the conquest and destruction of the other ages. It was horrific. His thirst for destruction. But alas, even I discovered his insanity too late. He had completely destroyed all of the Myst ages but 4. I wasted no time. In warning my father, I thought he would recognize Achenar's guilt. But in a fit of rage, he imprisoned both my brother and myself within the pages of these books, designed to hold us until he could judge which of us was guilty. To discover the truth, our father embarked on one final chapter. However, He has never returned. I can only assume that he perished along the way, leaving me, an innocent victim, trapped forever. But now, you are here to release me. Listen carefully. You must find one more page and I will be forever free. There is a book on the shelves. In this library, which is mostly burned, but has a few pages still intact. It is the last book on the middle shelf. Find it. This book is filled with a variety of patterns. Find pattern 158 and recreate it on the door of the fireplace. This will bring you to the last red page. Bring that page to me, and I will finally be released, and able to reward you, of course. Ignore the blue page. That page finishes my brother's book. It chills me to even think what would happen if you were to release him. There is another warning. Where the red and blue pages reside, also resides a green book. If you touch the green book, you also will be imprisoned forever. Our father gave us this same warning long ago. I suggest you follow his advice. Go now. Soon we will be face to face.
I love how they're all a bunch of idiots. I like how Atris got himself trapped and the two brothers got themselves trapped. I love it. They're just a family of fucking morons. That's what we have here, is a family of morons. Don't look at the save name. It's not important. Oh, there it is. Yeah, and yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're all a bunch of idiots. they're all a fucking bunch of idiots. I don't remember this. Yeah, they're all stupid. They all got themselves trapped. They all did it to themselves. Ah, right. That and that. No, and this. I like it better in the other game because you can actually see what you're hitting, but this is cool too. Like, it's very different. Well, it's the same in it's exactly the same in Uru. They do the same thing. I like it better in 2021 though. Speedrunning, yeah, I can imagine.
Who the devil are you? Don't come here to Dunny. Not yet. Oh, I have many questions for you, my friend. As you no doubt have for me. Where should I begin? Oh. Perhaps my story is in order. My name is Atris. I fear you've met my son, Cirrus and Achenar, in the red and blue books on Myst Island. In my library. Oh, it contains my works, my writings. Oh, I wrote many books that linked me to fantastic places. It's an art I learned from my father many years ago. Oh, but the red and blue books, those were different. I wrote those books to entrap over-greedy explorers that might stumble upon my island of Myst. But I had no idea my own sons would be entrapped. My sons, Cirrus and Achenar, we had many journeys together. I gave them free rein to the books. Perhaps it was not wise. I could see the greed growing in them. I had not told them about the red and blue books. Their imaginations went wild. They dreamed of riches and power. Of course, they did not know the books were traps. They begged me for access to those books, and I, of course, denied them. Oh, they devised a plan. An evil plan. I had no idea to what extent their greed had progressed. Their own mother. He was their own mother. Oh, my dear Catherine. To lure me here to Dunny. Of course, I could return to Myst, except that they removed a single page from my Myst linking book. I cannot return without that page. You, my friend, can bring that page to me. Oh, I pray you believe my story above the lies that my sons have told you. If you could find it in yourself to return that page to me here in Dunny, I could go to Myst and bring justice to my sons for what they've done. I must return to my writing. I pray that you believe me. Please hurry. Bring the page. Bring the page with you.
So he's not trapped in Dunny. He's just, he can't return to Myst. He can go wherever the fuck else he wants to go. He just can't go to Myst. So he's not really in prison per se. He's got access to whatever the hell he wants. He just can't come back to Myst because he's missing that page. So technically he's not in prison. He can do whatever the hell else he wants to do. His sons are the only one in there. His sons just took it out because they didn't want... The sons didn't want him interfering with any of the ages in Myst so that they had free reign over it. And then they got greedy and found themselves in the trap books. Still trying to remember where the fuck Catherine was in Myst 4. I went running all around trying to find her. That's exactly what I thought. I was like, where's Catherine? So shouldn't she be watching her kid? Hey, buddy.
My friend. You've returned. We meet face to face. And the page. Did you bring the page?
What page?
You didn't bring the page.
Nope.
You didn't bring the page.
Nope.
Who are you? Oh. Did you not take my warning seriously?
Nope. He's like dad disappointed in us.
Welcome to Dunny. You and I will live here forever.
Neat. Is that it? All right. He's also writing constantly into the Riven book in this, which is unstable, so he has to keep writing to stabilize it. Gotcha. They don't make that clear until Riven that that's what he's doing. Well, they call it Kavir. Let me back! No! Pokey pokey artichokey. Okay, well. Back in, let's got him. Delete. What? Is that just how it loads? Is that just how the game loads? That was really confusing. Oh, that was very confusing. Yeah, there's some contradictory things that they kind of change. We'll do our buddy Oh, there we go. We'll do Cirrus first. We made Dad so angry. Oh, freedom!
Oh, yes! Yes, I'm free! Oh, thank you, my friend.
The first thing you do when you get out is masturbate, you creep.
Done the right thing. You stupid fool! It looks like perhaps you're in the book now. And what have we here? A page. Oh no. I hope you enjoy your new home as much as I enjoyed it.
It's very dark in here.
I can't see you. You're getting less clear. I hope you're in the books. The library looks much the same as I left.
We're having fun.
I can know. Goodbye.
Thanks for playing! Bye. Uh-oh. I'm trapped! Okay, very nice of them. Very nice. Very nice. I dig it. Oh, so that is just how it loads. It just loads you back into the room here. Okay, I was really confused. I thought it was just going to drop us exactly where we were. Fair enough. Where was she then? I read her journal and I didn't recall it saying something, but... yeah, there goes that great brain of mine again, so... she was off picking flowers. I'm just gonna go get some posies. I'm gonna get posies. All me little ones. The little ones love posies. Please don't ever do that again, Serial. You shut it. You must not let family tensions upset her. Tomorrow I will speak to Atris about my going to Tay for a few days. Man, now that you say that, I do remember. I picked up the red one. Red is not blue. Cereal. You're colorblind. Stop being an idiot. You want blue this time. You picked up the same fucking page, you dummy. Thank you. Thank you. Perhaps time away will help me gain perspective and discover what it is that I need to do. Yeah, I do remember her saying that. I do now. It's the age you get imprisoned in during Riven? Oh, where the rebels live. Right, she was going to visit. That's right. She said she was going to go visit, like, her friends and family, and that's where everybody goes to live when Riven gets destroyed. They all move into Tay. That's right. That's right. I do recall that now. I do recall it. Still a bad mom. Abandoned her kid. I need to get away from the kid. She's pissing me off.
Oh, yes. I'm free. Oh, I feel alive. And how do you feel, my friend? What happened?
You okay?
Perhaps pages you work so hard for. What? Yes. Oh. Perhaps you're seeing the world from my point of view. Yes. Oh.
Right, and she left her kid. Right, and she just abandoned her child.
My brother.
She's a good parent. She's a good parent. She's a good parent.
Maybe someone will rescue you someday.
These endings are so stupid. They're great. It's so bad. It's so terribly bad. Okay. Neat. Now, let's go get the bad ending. Now let's go get the bad ending. Doi. Alright, so I think I turned on all of the switches already. So all we do is need to fondle that one. Yep. That's less thrilling than the last one. It's just like, here's a nonchalant door that just opens up for you. I like the 2021, like, ooh, magic. No! I know how to hit buttons. Damn it, game. Okay. Easy game, though. Easy game. Okay, yeah, shut up. Look what I have. Doodly doodly doodly.
Friend, you returned. And the page, did you bring the page?
Yeah.
Give it to me.
No, I put it in your mouth.
Page.
Okay.
Please give the page.
Okay.
The page, my friend.
Okay. Okay.
Give me the page. Please give the page.
Okay. Hold on.
The page, my friend. The page.
Okay, hold on.
Give me the page. Please give the page.
Imagine just walking up to him and just rubbing the page all over his face, and he's like, "The hell you doing, man?" And you're just like, "Yeah, that's the stuff, right, Atris? Daddy likes the page, doesn't he?" Yeah, here.
You've done the right thing. I have a difficult choice to make. My sons have betrayed me. I know what I must do. I shall return shortly.
Off to murder me children. Now let me have a taste. Like, did he use magic to, like, explode the books?
It is done. I have many questions for you, my friend. But my writing cannot wait. I fear that my long delay may have already had a catastrophic impact on the world in which my wife, Catherine, is now being held hostage. Though, in reward, I'm sorry, but all I have to offer you is the library on the island of Myst, the books that are contained there. Feel free to explore at your leisure. I hope you find your explorations satisfying. You will no longer have my sons to deal with.
I mean, you do have a free hand. I'm just saying we could have a good time.
And one more favor. I am fighting a foe much greater than my sons would even imagine. At some point in the future, I may find it necessary to request your assistance. Until that point, feel free to enjoy the explorations from my library on Myst. Thank you again.
It's cool that they already knew where they wanted to go with the sequel. You know, it's not just like, okay, game is successful, we need to shoehorn in a sequel. They knew exactly what they wanted to do.
Linking book to return to Myst.
Hello, hello, hello. I see you have a scruffy beard. I also have a scruffy beard. He's a good boy. He might have burned him, you know. 93 graphic style, baby. Explosion! Explosion! Are there credits? Are there credits in this game? They must have had it all planned. Clearly, they at least up until the point that they knew that they were like, well, you know, if this does well enough, we can do a sequel. They already had like the inner workings of it. Is that it? Are we done? There's no like ending credits? Nope, no credits. Okay. Well, we beat Myst. 1993. Hell yeah. Easy game for babies. Only when you hit quit? I can totally hit quit. Hit it and quit it. Quit. Oh. Oh, very nice. Well, there you go. We got our credits. I like this. I like this. You know, not having played this in, you know, like 20 plus years, I can genuinely see how people, I mean, you put yourself back in 1993. I can see how people were impressed with this game at the time. Nothing quite like this existed. This definitely broke new ground. And so you can definitely see how influential it is. Does it hold up in terms of anything? I don't think especially it holds up, but you can see where like all this great inspiration and stuff came from. And for that I can appreciate this game. But it's definitely a little, I'd say, antiquated. But I mean that it's games like this are hard to be like, all right, this is what holds up better, top down, you know 2D games, pixel art, side scroller stuff. That kind of stuff seems to have better longevity than stuff like this. And I'm not saying that point and click adventures are bad by any means. I'm just saying that as in like terms of like today's standards and stuff, you can see that this just it doesn't have that same magical feeling that it would today. 2021 is a solid game. I think it's better than this. I mean, there's more environmental viewing that you can do. We're stuck with, PowerPoint slide presentation of a game, which, I mean, again, it's not the worst thing in the world. There is still something to be said about, point and click adventures, but you can see if you put yourself in the mindset of like a 19 person in 93, you can see that like there really wasn't much of anything like this that existed. So in that regard, you can see its influence and stuff on like what it did. But as far as like holding up and still being relevant today, no. No, no. Apparently, in the real Myst versions, there's another age you can go after finishing the game, which you think is Rhyme, where Atris goes in Myst 4. Oh, cool. So you've never played that one, so you haven't actually seen it? Well, that gives us an impetus to play real Myst. You see now how much of a leap that Riven was after this, though. Yes? I don't know. Riven still felt very similar to this. It's just there was more to explore in Riven. That's all. Riven just expanded on everything. Riven was just like bigger Myst. More confusing bigger Myst. more confusing bigger Myst. Bigger doesn't always mean better. Not saying bad, just saying bigger doesn't always mean better. I liked Riven. It's one of my least favorite of the Myst games, but I liked Riven. It's better than Uru. it's better than Uru. Maybe better than 4. Maybe better than 4. I still say that as far as my rankings go, 1 and 3 are at the top. I really like 1 and 3. 3 I probably like a bit better than 1. Then probably 5. Then probably Riven. Then 4, and then Uru. I think that's how we'll do it. 4 is definitely my least favorite out of all of them, of like the main ones, and then Uru being. I mean, I think Uru is integral to the Myst series. Just because of how it ties into 5, I think it's integral. It's a stopgap between the two games, between 4 and 5. But you don't need to play Uru to have an idea what's happening in 5, but it definitely fills in some of that. There's really not a lot of shit going on as far as like Atris and Yisha in 4. It's like Yisha is discovering herself in Uru, figuring out what her role is amongst everything. The graphics in Riven were way more impressive than this one, though. I'll agree with that. The graphics in Riven were definitely impressive. Better than this, for sure. For sure. I guess technologically it's a step forward, but you would expect that. I mean, Riven came out, like 5 years after this, so it makes sense that it's gonna, look better. I don't know that I agree with, like I said, I wasn't the biggest fan of, like, the puzzle implementation and stuff in Riven. I didn't like how sprawling the puzzles were. Some people enjoy that kind of thing. It just didn't float my boat that much. I think Myst is a much better game. It's more honed. It's more tight. And Riven is kind of just like puzzles, puzzles, puzzles. It's throwing glitter everywhere. And I don't need people hitting me in the face with glitter bombs, That's what Riven. Riven seems like extravagant indulgence, but too much. Like it's like now we can do all these new things, but just because you can doesn't mean you should. Yeah, that's the way it. I think Riven is a glitter bomb to the face. Some people like glitter bombs to the face. I personally don't. You think 4 is more about the brothers? Atris is AWOL as usual, and Yisha is a moody kid, so not much going on with those two. Yeah, definitely. All right, but you did say, so I guess that's going to do it for at least Myst here. But you did say there was something more in abduction, so let's